All right, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Just to let you know, I'll be covering for Joe for the next couple of days. He unexpected trip with the family, so you'll have me today, tomorrow, and Thursday. We'll have a good trading session. So, um, watching right in here, expecting a buy off the open, and then we'll see if we can continue. And if we do, we got the 275s above, and then the 11 and 16 zone. All right, so there's the buy, 95 quarter. Give it a minute to settle out. All right, so far all we've had is a buy. They came down, bounce it back up to the 97s. We are ranging it in here between the 91s and the 97s for now. All right, so watch down, comes down 942, 945. We are still ranging. Like I said, it's 97s to 91s, 90 to 91, somewhere in there. So they come up, couldn't take out the swing high. 936, we make a swing high above the 5-minute high. However, not really getting overall, a decent push. We're not getting above the 97s, so it's got to pull back. Watch the 942, 945 time frame, and what we're looking for is we're looking for this lower edge because it's a range. This lower edge should hold, and for us to reattempt 97s. Now, if we weren't in a range from pre-market, taking out the 5-minute high, what you would look for, and you could be getting on an aggressive buy, and this is just doing some advanced trading, you would normally be looking for this area to hold, right? But because the left side chart, the Globex session says we're ranging, that can come all the way down back against the 90-91s. Everybody understand that? Does that make sense? All right, the open range play, right? The typically what ends up happening during the open range is it'll open up, you got to buy, fine, they bring it up, and then during the 9:36 time frame, you look for the market to either make a swing high above the 5-minute high or a swing low below the 5-minute low, right? In this case here, they made a swing high above the 5-minute high, right? So based on an open range play, they've initially give us the information that they've broken out of the range. You follow so far? Broken out of the open range, 5 high, 5 low, all right? Now, normally, if that's the case, between 9:42 and 9:45, you're going to get a pullback, and that pullback would come in to where this box is, right? See the box here? So 9:42 to 9:45, you'd get the pullback, and then you look for the reaction, right? If we took out the 5-minute high, 9:42, 9:45, you pull back, and then the reaction should push up, all right? However, because during the Globex session, we have a range between 90s and 97s, right? So they came down 91s, back up. Yes, the open range took out the swing high. However, we didn't take out the 97s. So we're still ranging between 90, 91s, and 97s. So they came up. So I'm not looking to buy it here. If you want to play it as a range, you're looking to buy it closer to the lower edge here, the box. Understand? As a range play. Now, this doesn't mean it won't go up and take out 97s. It's just going to be as a range. So you're not going to be buying 94s or so. You're going to look to buy as close to 91s as you can. So it kind of keeps you from buying 94s and it going down to 91s or 90s and being like, holy shit, I took 4 points of heat. Well, yeah, because we have a range over here. So you buy as close to 91s as you can, and then you take profits at 94s. Now you're going to watch here. If they take out the 91.75s, we're going to have a broadening because we had a swing high and a swing low. If we don't, you take profits at 94s, and then we look for progression. Right? So 942, 945. Right. This is when the response should come in at this time frame. And then up here is where you take the profits up at against the 94s. Now what you want to see is we want to see progression. After right around 945, we want to see progression, meaning taking out 97s. If not, then obviously we're going to broaden. We're going to range. It's going to be ugly. So we should at least push up to, let me see here, what do I got? We should push up to somewhere around the 96s. 96.50. And then again, now you got to watch for the progression piece, but we should push up somewhere around 96s at a minimum. All right, there's the 96s. Now what you do if you're range trading, you decide, okay, we're up against this edge. That's where I take my profits. That's the deal right there. Because it's a range play. Until we break out, you're not playing it as a trend, you're playing it as a range. All right, so bam, right there, that's good. Now, if we progress more than the 97s, more than 5 ticks above the 97s, now we'll be in a trend. Okay. Yeah, this may go another 5 points. However, I'm playing it as a range. I don't know at the time if it's going to break out. So when it comes up against 96, 97s, boom, I'm out. Now, again, if we break out and we start pushing, now I'll look for the pullback. What time should the pullback come in? Anybody have any idea? There you go. Yep. So now we're going to watch for 950. Up into 950, we're going to get a pullback. Right? If we are going to break out of the range, and this is a real breakout, we should pull back into here, roughly 97 to 95. So the information here said, yep, we've broken out of the range. We have trending action. Now let's see if we can sustain it. I would prefer to have seen some additional buying on that push. Interesting that we didn't. So see this is Trap Trader. They made a new swing high without a buy. Huh. Well, that's ugly, right? So as of right now, 99.50 is a false breakout of the previous range because they just put us back into this range. So for the advanced traders, you're out of that trade, right? It's a failed trade. You got the range, trap trader, came right back down, stops us out. That's for the advanced setups. My 1 minute chart is frozen, so give it a minute. Yep, gotta love those broadenings, right? And it is a broadening because they made a swing low, a swing high, higher low, higher high, and then bam, they just made a swing low. Can't see it. Don't know. Now, we're not necessarily in a range here because we went more than 6 ticks, went more than 6 ticks below the 91.75, right? So they're giving us information that, hey, we're actually now starting to trend down. Okay, fine. However, we have now information now that the software here didn't pick up a broadening, so it's fine, but we still have one because we made a swing high and then we made a swing low. And they kind of just screwed something up on the bigger picture. I don't know how to even look at that ugly thing. I don't even know what to do with that yet. We'll have to see. All right. So does anybody have any questions? Anything I can go over on that? Does that make sense? So 99.50, unfortunately, was a false breakout. We don't know that until after the fact. I had a little bit of a warning without the buy on the push, but you don't know it's a false breakout or a failed, trap trader scenario until it fails. So it's a trade you take. That's for the advanced setups. All right, so here's the next reaction time, 9:55 to 9:58. All right, so here's typically, right, without understanding the patterns, here's what you would be looking to do, right? I'm just going to kind of walk you through this. Made a swing low, right? I knew the range, so I said, look, you can buy against the 91s. You take profits at 94s and then up around 96, 97, out, right? There's the trade. That's the range trade, right? 4 or 5 point trade, whatever you did, right? Everybody's going to have a different entry. Everybody's going to have a different exit price because it's a range and it's discretionary. Then they come up and they make a swing high. Boom, broke out of the range. So you look to buy the pullback. Trap trader, everything about it. They didn't buy, which was a little like, why the fuck didn't you buy? Okay, fine, whatever. Come down, buy the pullback. Boom, it failed. So you're out. So now we have a swing high and a swing low. So then what you would typically look to do is like, all right, we made a swing low. It's not a range. So they have some trending action. You could sell the high now or sell the bounce. Here's the problem. Two problems. We have a broadening and it's counter trend. Now, yes, we are below the day session fulcrum. We are below the point of control. However, we are positive on all three markets. All three markets are above the fulcrum. So I don't believe the down move for now. I just think they're fucking with it. I kind of expected that we would see some weird, crazy, interesting volatility. They screwed up the pattern on the bigger picture, so I don't know what to do with that yet. When I do, I'll let you guys know. But as far as that candle play that's going on there, I don't know what the fuck it is. But anyway, to short it, okay, look, you want to short it on a potential trend play, or it's the start of a trend. Sure. Again, the problem is all three markets are positive. We are above the fulcrum on all three markets. So you're playing a counter trend. You're playing a down move against the fulcrum. So it's a counter trend play, not during counter trend time. Not a trade I'm taking. I don't care what it does. Right? I'm not interested. I'll just let this screw around in here and you can fucking have it. Doesn't mean that they won't go down to the 86s. But I've got a broadening and it's not counter trend time. I'm all set. Now we do have news coming in at 10 o'clock, so that's going to get a little jittery. There's two reports. It'll come up, it'll come down, it'll go all over the place. Now, if we were below the fulcrum on this bounce, yeah, I'd be playing the short side. Now, without understanding the pattern, normally what you'd be looking to do is they break out, you buy the pullback. They break out, you sell the pullback. They break out, you buy the pullback. That's where things can get a little tricky, and you can lose money on a broadening pattern by playing that type of scenario if you don't understand it. At some point, you'll buy it, you'll sell it, you'll buy it, you'll sell it. At some point, you'll have a winner, but it's not like a range where you buy the low, sell the high. You'll be right, and you'll have a loser at some point. A broadening pattern, you'll have a loser, and then at some point you'll have a winner. Well, that sucks. I have 2 or 3 losses in a row, and then I have a winner, and I'm all set. Right, because a broadening pattern will typically break out. It'll look like it's breaking out and trending, but it really isn't. It's a pattern that screws everybody. But it was a weird broadening today, and the software wasn't able to pick it up. Didn't identify it. Doesn't mean there's something wrong. It just, as you can see, it was a weird pattern, and the software just couldn't recognize it. So what I'll typically do in here is I'll just wait. All right. Anybody have any questions? Anything to go over on that? All right, so this is where it'll range out. We're kind of in shit here, but it doesn't mean it won't range, but we have an SBTO, so come back down against 91s, up against 95s. 91s, 95s. So now we'll see if TZ2 can get the markets back into rhythm, right? That's what we're going to watch for. TZ2, try to get us into rhythm, get up, make a new swing high, and then we'll see if everything follows again. Now it should make an attempt to try to get as close to 95s as it can, 94 and change. But we are below the POC and we are below the day session fulcrum, so we're going to have a little bit of a fight there. All right, so TZ2 is struggling. to get above the 95s. Alright, so no TZ2 failure. That means we're going to continue to range, or continue to try to range, and then we'll leave it up to last chance push to see if we can get any info out of last chance push. Right now we still have nothing. All right, so we're going to build pressure for 920 for last chance push. We're going to watch the 87 quarters. But right now they're looking to build pressure for last chance push, and we'll see if we get anything out of that. And yeah, that's what I'm going with. Funky pivot on that on the bigger picture. So the swing goes from 55 up to 99, and then the pullback here, right? In case you guys are wondering. The other thing to keep in mind is we are still above the prior day high as well. So don't get too bearish on, even though this is pushed down, we're still above the fulcrum and we're still above the market edge, right? The prior day high and the prior day close right here. So as long as we stay above there, the market is still in an upward move. There's a last chance push. These crazy fuckers. See what I mean? I didn't want anybody to get over bearish yet. There are times that you just kind of have to step back and be like, wait a second. I don't know. Doesn't mean it won't go down. But we are above the market edges, so that makes it very tough. And all three markets are still positive and above their fulcrum. So you got to be suspect of anything on the down move and trying to be like, oh, I'm missing the down move. I'm going to jump in. And then bam. Right? So they're going to leave it up to last chance push to try to take this market back up. No TZ2 failure, no TZ2 sign of strength either. So that means that it'll range out, it'll come down against a level right in here in this box. Last chance push will try now to get above that 94, 95 area. And it looks like they're going to try to make one hell of an attempt for it, but we'll see. Okay, that is probably gonna do it. Let's see what they do down here. We got a little news on that. That looks a little newsy, so be careful on that down move. Let's see what they do here. Still within last chance push. That fucking Dow and Nazi just screamed down. Yep, can't complain. Can't complain. Nope, Joe's not sick. Joe's he went took a trip with his family to Martha's Vineyard for a couple days before school starts. So it was their last trip before school starts. He'll be back on Friday. So guys, we're still ranging in here. It's not a clear picture, right? Not any clear information. We're still above the prior day high. We're not trending up. We haven't made any information to make a move to the upside. But as far as the down move goes, we are still above the prior day high. The Dow and the Nasdaq are still well above their fulcrums. S&P is just above its fulcrum. So that's going to cause a problem. That's where we're going to kind of, they're going to fight it out in here, try to figure it out. So what I would say initially is until we can get above this 93 level over here on the right, until we can get above the 93s, we're going to fight the up move. And until we can get below the 83s, we're going to fight the down move. Does that make sense? So what I'm going to say is we have a very expanded range in here. And I know that's like, well, Jesus Christ, you can go up or down. We don't have any clear information of trending, and we always want to trade a trend. That's where the easiest trading happens, and that's where you don't get that jittery back and forth and holy shit. And this isn't the easiest range to trade either if you look at it, right? So let me just make it a little bit bigger so you can kind of see it over here. We went from ranging in here, which this one was a very clear range. This was fine, right? In here, this was our range. Then they broke out. Boom. False breakout. No buy. Boom. Came down. Was like, oh, what the fuck did you just do? And then we ranged in here. We had this little 91s to 95s. It kind of screwed it in here. Dropped it down to 88s. Back up to 93s. Well, we should have stayed, around 91s, 91s. Nope, back up to 93s, and then all the way back down. Now we're ranging in this little shit box in here. All right, so it's not really clear, and it's not easy trading because you have 86 to 89. So, you get a point and a half, maybe 2 points if you're very, very good at catching the edges, which right now is not the easiest because it's back and forth. Around this fulcrum is never going to be easy. So we're going to fight the up move until we get above the fulcrum over here in the POC. We're going to fight the down move until we get below 83s. The pressure for now, because everything is negative over here, the pressure is to the downside. But initially only to 83s. We have the NASDAQ and the Dow. Well, the NASDAQ's well above its fulcrum. The Dow is right at it, and the S&P is right at it. But all three markets are still positive, and that's where it makes this kind of sloppy trading. So we got to be patient with it. And the no institutional activity makes this very suspect as well, right? So they're letting the mom and pops fight it. And that's what they're doing, right? So the bigger picture is just on a pullback. So you don't want to get oversold on a sell. But you can't really say, oh, well, if it's not going down, I'm buying it, because we're not in that scenario. We don't have a sign of strength yet. So if you look at it, every time they come down in the SBTO on the swing low, they're like probing to see what, almost like testing it. Like, I know I'm getting to the edge, right? I know I'm getting close to this edge over here. Is it hot? Can I touch it? Is it going to break? Right? So there's no institutional activity to get it there, but it's being pushed in that direction. There's no up play. You can't be playing the upside. All you can be doing is playing the downside, but you're like, shit, I don't know. I don't believe it. Is it going to break? Is it going to hold? Is it going to be hot? Fuck, I don't want to touch it. Let's see how close we can get to it before we get caught. That sort of thing, kind of like pushing your luck. So now when it comes down against this 83, 84, we're going to see, do we have any institutional activity? Do we have any brake lights? Do we have any volume spike? That'll give us some information. On the left side of the chart, we have broken out of the range, but we did that on the upside, right? When we pushed up there, we broke out of the range, and that ended up giving us a false breakout. So with knowing that we have a broadening pattern that's kind of showed itself, we're below the fulcrum, but we're above the prior day high, right? And all three markets are still positive temporarily. We got the Dow that's slightly negative, but back and forth. Nasdaq is still above its fulcrum, but we're above the prior day high here, which is always going to be one of those iffy things. But when we come down 85s, we're 6 ticks below 86.75, so that gives us some heads up about trending information. However, that prior day high and the prior day close are going to be the problem, right? So this right here is kind of that shit, I don't know, right? So when they broke to the upside, we broke out of that little range that we were there, and then it was a false breakout and down. We have to kind of have that same sort of feeling, and the only reason I'm saying that, right, is I want you, if you're going to trade anything as far as a trend action goes, and we get any sort of bounce and you want to short it, don't be throwing on any extra contracts. Kind of keep your contracts, just understand the risk. Be like, maybe I'm just going to throw a couple and let's just give that a try, right? But right now we still have to be a little patient, because I think they're still going to come down and test this little box here, but they're not forcing it down there. They're not like, oh, let's run right into it. No, this is a tricky area. They're going to just want to test it. Just want to stick my finger on it and see, is it warm? I don't want to get burnt. Right? So you have a stove, you're not just going to go jam your hand on the stove to see if it's hot. Is that hot? No, you can be like, what's that feel like? What's the sediment over here? Am I going to get hurt by touching that? And I know it's a lot of waiting, right? I know it. I got it. But it's a little mixed, kind of what they did this morning. So that bullshit move that they pulled off this morning kind of screwed things up a little bit. So you got to be a little more patient with this. And that bigger picture we're still just in a pullback on the bigger picture. Ugly, weird one, because they pulled off that funky pivot. So that does always, kind of like, fuck, I don't like that. But that's what we got to deal with. But as long as everybody understands there's nothing to the long side, right? Even though the bigger picture is just a pullback, we have no sign of strength, and we haven't had this morning. Since that breakout in the false shift, or that false breakout, we have not had an opportunity to trade to the upside. The downside is where it gets tricky. But that's the only way you can trade if you're trading this. If not, you're just sticking your hands underneath your legs and you're sitting on them waiting. Now, if we do break that, if we do break the market edge, I would expect kind of a fairly aggressive move to here, right? So if we do break it, I would expect selling, but I think they're going to make an aggressive move and we'll see it down to that box. Nothing here. We're right at that area. 83.25. We went to 82.50. Nothing here. No brake lights. Not really anything volume spike wise. I mean, it's a little bit, but nothing significant. So they're gonna come down to this box. We'll see. Dow, the NASI dropped below its fulcrum. Alright, so we're going to watch against the fulcrum here. Back above the prior day high is suspect. Really fucking weird. But if it comes up and you want to take an opportunity against the fulcrum, fine. What you're going to want to watch for is the response back down. That's going to be important. That market edge is going to make this a son of a bitch. Alright, so you're going to have a very tight, and this is just, walking it through anybody who's interested in doing some advanced stuff. This is a very tight area. So here it is against the fulcrum down to the, 84, 83.50. Unfortunate part is if this fails to progress, this can come all the way back up to 88s. All right, let's see if they make that attempt now to get down there. Or the SBTO right here. Fucking guys. Still no institutional activity. Even being below this, coming down against that market edge, either buy or sell something, man. It's fucking nothing here. It's like a ghost town. All right, so again, up against the market edge is fine. If they start getting above the market edge, something's not right. Um, I don't know what the fuck it would be, but I don't think we should be getting above the market edge. If we do, something's really fishy with the market. So any bounce up to there, you can play a short against it. There won't be a trigger, but it's just taking some advanced, kind of like looking for the bounce and taking the short deal. We should get down to 79s, 76s. If we start breaking 74, that also concerns me based on the bigger picture, because that alternate pivot is 88s to 74. If we start breaking 74.50, yeah, I can go to 72, but things got weird, and we could probably broaden this thing and go down and take out the low of 55s. So again, on the bigger picture, this is just a pullback. It's in an uptrend on the bigger picture. It's just a pullback. If we take out 74s, things are going to get weird. If we get above the market edge here at 84s, 83s, I don't know what the fucking call this market. So right now it's down. As long as the 84 area holds, down to 74. Once we get down to that level, we'll see what they do down there. All right. Any questions? Everybody understand? Still no selling, which is kind of one of those voices in the back of your head, like, hey, they still haven't sold us yet. All right, there's the aggressive move I was looking for when they took out 84s initially, or the 84, 83 area initially. I don't know what took them so long to make that happen, but all right, now we're getting into the critical area. Seeing some volume spike here. Again, I don't know why it took them so long to do it till just now. But that was that initial move that I was looking for. Once you take out that market edge, it should have came down like that. We should have seen a whoop right down to here. So again, no up move. Don't be buying anything. All right, there's a decent volume spike and a break light. Not a big surprise coming down into here. This is where we should see it. Now, if you're going to play any more opportunities to the downside, remember we're getting in, We're getting stretched. Doesn't mean it can't go, and doesn't mean we won't pull off a slope of no hope and just keep fucking running. But you got to understand that the move is getting to where we're getting extended. All right, right against that key 74. Yeah, right here. This is a key level. This is a key zone right here. 74.50s. If we take that out, things get weird. But they could go down to 72s and bounce it. But taking out 74s kind of does screw up the pattern on the bigger picture, which means that could hint at a broadening and a potential takeout of 55s today. Right, so we gotta watch right here. That funky pivot started it all. That thing, man. All right, I'm going to predict a broadening pattern. So that means today or next couple days we should take out 55s. We'll see. But right here at the 72s, we are going to get a bounce. This is going to be a bounce area. Ah, pretty good bounce, huh? Ooh-wee. I like when I can call that shit. 72s. There ain't shit coming out of the trade war, U.S.-China trade war talks, nothing. But because there's nothing, the markets are kind of the same way we are. Like, well, fuck, it ain't going up. That Dow was up 155 points, and now it's negative 75, 100. Nice 5-point bounce right there. All right, so you know what the 5-point bounce is going to do. 72s, 77, come back down against 74. You know what we're going to see. 74s are going to bounce it and slippery slope it. It's the old brake light deal, right? Bounce it, come down, fail to progress. I mean, it's going to try to come back up because on that big bounce, you attract buying. All right, so watch up against 78s. Still not showing any buying, but they're there. They haven't shown their face yet, but they are there because we're gonna see a slippery slope. And that's why this is fighting to go down. So 72s was the bounce expectation. They bounced it 5 points. Come back down against 74. That bounce is going to create the slippery slope. Comes back down, comes back up, come back down again. They've kind of defined that the 74 might be important. So we'll see what happens, in the zone on any response back down. Kind of crazy shit, right? Now we got to watch right here to see if they can try and potentially bring it up from here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the lottery numbers, right? Hang on, let me see if I can figure out those for you. They still haven't. So to me, this is being manipulated. The whole up, down, back up move, because I'm not seeing any institutional activity. Now they are pushing it to the areas, but there's no institutional activity. So they're letting the mom and pops kind of think they're running the show. But once it gets to an area that's like, okay, you can no longer have it, we're taking back control. So 72s was the area. Taking out the 74s, however, does mess up that pattern, the alternate pivot on the bigger picture. I'm not liking that they took out 74. However, I knew the 72s was going to be the area that they're going to hold, or that we're going to at least get a bounce from. I'm not saying hold it, but they're going to get a decent bounce from the 72s. But that 74 kind of screws things up a little. Almost like that funky pivot at 99s. Like, what the hell did they just do? There's a slippery slope. Took a while for them to show up. All right, so does anybody have any questions, anything I can go over? Slippery slope, initially, what it does is it warns you about, the continued move in that direction, right? It will initially lead to a deeper pullback, so it gives you the heads up. We can see the slippery slope come in if you bounce more than 3 points, right? So if we bounce, like I said, 72s, we're going to get a bounce. You got to be careful, we're going to get a bounce. It came in, boom, there's the bounce to where? 77. That's more than 3 points, right? So when I see that, that means that there's, without any institutional activity, that means that they're going to try to bring this up. Not necessarily bring it up to say, hey, look, we're gonna turn the trend around, but it's going to create that deeper pullback, kind of like what you would normally be looking for in a trap trader scenario, right? So it initially hints at, a potential trap trader scenario, because you're looking for this to come in, and then you want to see the bars turn back negative, get structure back in line, and then boom, this trapped the buyers. However, we're into a key area, right? Key area in the bigger picture. So I'm not too much leaning on a trap trader scenario. Doesn't mean it can't come in. If it comes in, then fine. However, what I did know is that it's going to come down once we get that bounce. Now, I'm no longer, I'm not saying that it can't go down, but if you're going to continue to play the move, because I already said it, look, we're extended in the down move. You got to be careful. You're kind of pushing your luck. You have to be careful. So when they get that extra bounce, I said, watch 74s. Drew the gray box. I said, this area, they're going to try to hold from here, and they're going to try to bounce it from here. And then once they bounced it, got above, I said, now watch 77s to hold. And they're going to, still didn't see a slippery slope, but it finally came in. Now, we're up quite a bit, right? We're up 80 we're up at 80. So we're up 6 points or 8 points from the low. Where haven't we tested? Here. So there's a good chance that they may run it here. The problem is when you now come up to here, yep, that's where the prior day low is. That's fine, but now you may attract too much buying, and they could potentially take over. However, when we break the prior day high, coming back up and test it, it's okay. So can this come up to 82s? Absolutely. Unless they take out 74 quarter, see right here, this pivot, unless we take out this, I'm just going to get rid of the 74. Right? So unless we take out 74 quarter, we're still in a minor uptrend. Bigger picture, we're in a minor downtrend. So we're kind of fighting two things. But what we are going to watch on any pullback here is a 77 zone. So right now, up to the 80s is a deeper pullback, down to 77s. So that's what the slippery slope is just telling me. Look, it's just a deeper pullback. We can identify it before it even happens when we bounce more than 3 points, right? Any pullback more than 3 points, gives you the heads up of like, whoa, hang on a second. Now, we weren't surprised because it was out of a key area. Now, if we stay below the 80s, I say 80, 81s, if we stay below the 80, 81s, we're going to watch for 74s, antennas up, 55s, right? taking out the 74s was like, hey, something's up. They shouldn't have done that. Again, if we stay below the 81s or so, and they come down and take out 74s, I'm leaning 55s. Not all in one move, but I'm leaning 55s at a point to be taken out. So right here, we're a little mixed because they're going to try to come back to this pivot that we haven't tested. They're going to try it. That's why we're watching 77s, because if that's the case, that's the area they're going to try to do it from, right? They're going to try to do it from here in this zone. This is the zone that they've got to do it to get it there. However, if they stay below, like I said, around 81s, and they take out the zone, watch for 74 takeout, trap trader scenario, down it goes. So we're kind of in an area right now that it could go up or it could go down. Well, it takes a lot of fucking thought there, Mo, right? Gee, thanks for the fucking help with your trading. Go up or down, that takes a lot of brain power. However, this is the area they're going to try to hold and bounce it to get to 83s, 84s. But you're going to watch the 81s, roughly, somewhere in there, around 81. So now our initial key area is going to be here, 77s. And it does make it tricky to trade, and this is where that discretionary and that advanced stuff that we have that we're going to be putting out, this is where this is going to kind of help with some of this stuff. It's not going to be able to pick it up this quickly. This is just, me walking you through the process. If you're quick enough to kind of trade it and that sort of thing, fine. But this is where that discretionary stuff we'll be talking more about, can come into play. Some of it's not going to be, like taking 77s. Can you play 77s? Yeah, it's a fucking hard play, but can you play it? Sure, for at least a bounce. Up to where 81s, roughly. Once you get up against around those 81s, now you're going to be like, well, fuck. If it comes down and holds 77s, you can continue to hold that trade to potentially 83, 84s now. Right? Because they came down, came up, come back down. Now they're showing that the 77s are supporting. Now you can give it a little bit more room to the 82s, 84s. Really advanced shit, not easy, to do, but it's really, kind of how you got to look at it. So like I said, now that they came back down and held 77, and if you did play the long, which is tricky, there's no triggers. I don't want anybody thinking, oh my God, did I miss a trigger? No, it's just basically buying it, knowing what the structure market can do. Came up. Now if 77 holds, 83s, 84s is where they should go with this. Should be. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody kind of get a feel for that? Now, once we get to 83s, 84s, now all bets are off. That's where they can now reverse it, right? Because they're testing where we came down from, or do the buyers come in and now take control above 84s, above the fulcrums and all that shit, and that's where it gets a little tricky again. So this is where the structure and understanding, when you draw, why I draw the lines, and this is where you can get that understanding of structure. Really, really advanced stuff. I don't want anybody feeling like, oh my God, should I be trading this? I'm just trying to give extra value, kind of introducing some of the stuff that we're going to be coming out with to kind of help you get some more trading, more trades than sitting here waiting for just the arrows. Waiting for just the arrows is perfectly fine. Nothing wrong with that. This is just giving more value to those that want a little bit more excitement in their life, in their trading life. So like I said, 77s is the key area to hold. We take out 77s, then that up move is it's going to probably be over, and the bars and everything should change color and all that silly shit, and we should come down. But you are fighting an up move. We're fighting against, anything to the upside. You can see it's all slippery slope. Nothing's turned positive as far as the dot color goes. We're still fighting that. We're still below the fulcrums. We're still below the market edge. All that kind of shit. But this is where the fight is happening. This is where they're trying to get. It's an inflection point. This is where they're trying to hold and saying, look, as long as this holds, we're going to test it and test it and test it, kind of tamp it down. If it holds, I have the ability to get up to 84s. If I see any sort of cracking, boop, it'll go. We'll probably see an aggressive move down. So, like I said, we're in a very mixed area, but leaning temporarily to the upside. Now, again, if it's like calling anybody who's watched hockey, I'm like a fucking hockey commentator right now, right? Oh, he just passed the puck. He passed the puck here. It's off the boards. Oh, it's an icing play. Really hard to keep up if you don't understand the game of hockey, right? Same concept here. I'm just kind of doing a play-by-play where they should go and what they should do with it. So anybody who doesn't understand hockey, because I think that's one of the fastest, one of the fastest commentary games out there, because the shit moves so quick. You won't understand what the hell that guy's talking about. Where the hell's the puck? What the hell did he just say he had? Why is his hand up? Right? So for those that have the understanding of it, you kind of get the understanding, what he's talking about, and you can kind of understand that, yeah, if you don't understand hockey, you're not understanding where that guy's talking about. Same thing. It's kind of what I'm doing here. I'm kind of doing a play-by-play, trying to give you milliseconds before it happens what it should do. But as of right now, we are still struggling against the 81s, right? So we're kind of stuck in a very weird range here, 81s to 77s. So if you're not already in a trade, this is a no trade zone. This is like, fucking don't touch it. If you didn't already buy the 77s, you can't do anything now. There's nothing left for you. Yes, we are. We are closed on Monday. All right, so for anybody that was in that long position, you're out. Doesn't matter what this does at this point, you're out of it. 77s are out, you're out. Now we're going to watch. Do we get a trap trader scenario in here? 55s. We'll see. We'll see if they can get there today. I'm not saying that that's where it's going to go and you're going to hold to that position because, getting there can always be tricky. But my initial thing on that, remember, was when they took out the 74s. You took out 74s, you kind of screwed up the fucking pattern. I don't know why you did that, but you did, right? So it's going to say 74s or 55s. So I don't want to confuse you guys. So if I'm talking too much or kind of going over this and you're like, "Oh my God, I'm lost. I don't know what the hell you're saying." Don't trade it. Okay? Just follow along, wait for the arrows. Even if you do have an understanding, you still may not be trading it, which is perfectly fine. I just want to kind of give you some value and, but I don't want to confuse you guys either, right? So if it's a little much, let me know and I'll just back it off a bit. But please do not get confused. Stick to the arrows that show up. That's the core trades. Those are the ones that when those show up, everybody takes those no matter what. The other stuff is just, again, trying to give some added value. Kind of giving you a preview of what we're going to be doing, in the coming months. All right. But like I said, as I'm talking, as Joe's talking, as we do this, if you're confused, remember, just fall back on the triggers. When the arrow shows up, those are the trades you take. Don't trade confused. Okay, some of this can be confusing. They're gonna really weird this thing out. Let me tell you. Look at this. Come all the way down here. All the way down here, and the bars have not changed. They're starting to, but I don't like the bars to change on a pullback. I want them to change on the low, right? So I'm not touching this on a pullback. You want to touch it on a pullback? No problem. Have at it. I'll let you know when I'm going to look for it on a pullback. Right now, I want to see when I look for a trap trader and the bars change. I want to see the bars change on a move down in this case, not on the pullback, right? Doesn't mean it won't work. On the pullback, something's iffy. That kind of turns into, I don't want to say a 50-50, but it's a 75-25 weird. I don't like it. Now, if it comes down and the bars turn on the push down, and then we bounce, then guess what? I'm playing the short on a bounce. You like playing the bounce here? No problem. It's fine. It's still considered a trap trader. I prefer the bars to change on the push down, not on the bounce. If this comes up to the 77s and turns around and rips down, I'm not in the trade. Don't care. It's perfectly fine. There'll be more. For anybody that did short it up there against the 77s, you make sure you take profits. That wasn't me. All right, take profits down here. I hate to see this thing bounce back up to 74s, but that is a possibility. But we were able to take profits. Come on, let's see a sell program. Get this thing to fucking roll. We'll be all right. There we go. Bam. All right. Everybody good? Now, if you're holding for more, what you have to be careful of, all right, is the failure to progress. Anytime I talk about progression, it's more than 6 ticks or more than 5 ticks below the low, right? If they fail to progress, they can come back up to 74s or roughly. The reason is at the time the trade came in, the effing fulcrum was below the ratchet, right? So they can always get it to there, which is always tricky. However, right here this is where I was looking. 72s is perfectly fine. I was like, yep, that's good. Now what I was afraid of is progression. So they need to progress, otherwise it's going to come up and create a little bit of a slippery slope again and come back up against 74s or so. Okay, makes sense. This is where, institutional activity or a sell program would be fantastic to come in, because then it can disregard that bounce and jam it down. Without it, they can come all the way back up and test the effing fulcrum, because again, at the time it was below the ratchet. So the shallow pullback is fine, but the progression is important. If not, it can come back up. Okay. But the trade part of it's over. This is for those that want to hold for anything more. You have to understand that it can come up to here and then roll. All right, but nice trade, guys. Finally got a trigger to come in. Everybody should have taken that one. And that bounce as well at the 72s was also part of that trap trader, where it actually pushed down, but still have a lack of institutional activity, which is very interesting. Anybody have any questions? Anything I can go over? Now, if you're holding for more, you've got to get below the 70, I'd say 70, 50 or so, and then they can repunch that back to the downside. Yeah, what, 2 ticks of heat? Yeah, we'll take those. Like I said, if it holds a 70, 50 or so, let me see. Let me try to give you an exact number. Yeah, 70, 50. So if 70, 50 holds, they can bring this up to about 74s or so. If they break it, that should give the momentum back to the downside. Now that's not tradable information. I'm not looking for anybody to, to play that to the long side or downside. You're already in the trade and you're holding for more, or you're doing nothing. Okay, so I don't want anybody thinking that there's anything to buy off 70, 50. No. This is just for those that are holding and looking for more of a move. All right, so if you're holding for more, this should roll. And by rolling, it should go to 63s. Yeah, what is that, Dorian? Yeah, that one's supposed to come, the initial track is right over Miami to Tampa. Great. I guess they couldn't progress like they wanted to, so they're coming back up against 74s. Why would it be? Why would it go like it should? All right, so again, 74s, it's fine, somewhere in that ballpark, and it should re-roll, or at least come back down to 72s. Definitely not following the system as good as it should today. It's kind of creating these little weird range deals and then doing it. It's almost like it's a delayed move. So if you're still holding for more, it's fine, because here's where it's going to try to respond back down. This time it's got to break or you got to be out. This is where the deep pullback comes in. I'll readdress that. So this one here, Austin, the 76.75. Yeah, I did. I didn't take this one. I explained that it is valid, but I don't take those because the push down didn't have the negative bars. The negative bars came in on the pullback, right? So I said, if you're going to take it, it's fine. I'm not in on this one, but it's fine. I'll look for the next opportunity, and then I drew the box, and then that's where it came in. No problem. All right, so again, anybody who's holding from that initial trade over here at the 72s, this is the deep pullback. It's kind of what I expected. I actually expected it over here, but they've been doing this weird range thing first and then coming back up today. I don't know what it's doing, but whatever. You got to watch down at the 72s. This one's important for progression if you're holding for more on that trade. For anybody else, you just sitting here waiting. Now this one may cause a slippery slope. No institutional activity at that low always makes it, what the hell are they doing? Well, there you go. I should go to 63s. Crazy, right? It's like knowing where they're going, how they get there is a little tricky right now. It's like, yeah, 74 is fine. Why? Because of the fulcrum and all that shit. But they're almost delaying the move. It's like they come down. Nope, just kidding. And then they come up and then bam. It's like, fucking just go, will you? A lot of it's because there's no institutional activity. So it doesn't have that certainty, right? So it's like, yeah, it's certain it's going to go there. How is the tricky part. You leave it up to, leave it up to the mom and pops. Fucking run it there. It's going to be a jittery son of a bitch. But that's the deal. That's how it should happen. A little play, one pullback sooner. That's what should happen. Still got 63s that should be in play. I don't really have anything at 66s, so there's a pretty good volume spike and a brake light there, but that should just be more of a stall than anything significant. Should be. Doesn't mean it can't create a static level or something at some point, but right now I don't have anything at 66. So more than likely it'll be a stall, kind of a little bit of a range, like a little sideways move, maybe even a little bounce because of the brake light and that pretty aggressive volume spike. But as of this moment, I don't expect it to be anything where we're going to go up and take out 74s. Interesting how they do that, right? So when I don't have a level or we don't have a static level, doesn't mean that our levels are fantastic or whatever. They are. However, when we have information like a volume spike and a brake light at a level that we don't have currently identified, it doesn't mean that it's one that we may have missed, or maybe it's one that they're going to create. When I see this, I'm like, yeah, that's probably just more of a sideways thing. Prove to me that that's a level, and then I'll mark it and we'll kind of keep track of it. But to me, that was just a sideways where they flushed them out on this move. They dropped it pretty quick, flushed out, a lot of the buyers in there who thought it was going to 78s, apparently. Didn't understand 74s was just fine. Was acceptable, and we knew that before it even fucking bounced. But, coming down into here and then just going sideways and making that next leg, I was like, yeah, yeah, that's bullshit. It may bounce. Who knows? It may become a level, but I don't really see it. And then boom, down it went to 64.25. Should still go to 63s. That is the next level down. We'll see if they can get it there. All right. Any questions? Everybody follow along okay? Oh, there's the 63s. Fucking shocker. So weird how that happens. I just don't get it. Now, the other thing with the 66 is that, may have created that volume spike in brake light, just kind of walk you through that, is this could have been, behind the scenes manipulation where they pushed it to a level and was like, okay, let's get out of a bunch of positions because we're getting close to the target, which is initially 63s, and then they'll kind of build a little bit of pressure, put a little bit of position on, to force it to 63s, and then they'll bounce it from there. And I'm not saying a bounce to make new swing highs and to reverse the market. I'm just talking about, where they'll kind of force it. Okay, because it's a little tougher to get out of all your positions all at once when you have quite a bit, right? And the reason that I say it's manipulated is because the markets are doing what they should, right? They are going from one level to the next. Not as clean as what I normally like to see. However, they are going and they are doing what they should. I think they're kind of leaving it in the hands of the mom and pops to fuck around with it and do what you want. And then when they get to a point, it's like, okay, we got to make a move. That's why we see these aggressive moves like that. Because they do have a target. They do have specific goals in mind that they need to accomplish for the day. Some days there are no goals, and they're like, I ain't got fucking nothing. Today there's a goal. It all started when they pulled off that bullshit move at 99s. Whether that was manipulation on the move up or they needed to take control on the way down, don't know. We'll never know, right? But we saw it. It was like, okay, we traded the range up. They broke out. We played the pullback for those that play the advanced stuff. Shit. Kind of caught us. All right, fine. Once you caught me, now I'm playing you to the downside because it's bullshit. Little hard to the downside. I'm not saying that the downside was easy by any means, because it was one of those like I talked about. I'm not going to jam my hand on the stove to see if it's fucking hot. We're gonna test that thing. I'm gonna see, play a couple positions here and here, and then once we got the full confirmation, that's when I was confident to walk you guys through what and where to go. Now that we hit 63s, you notice down here there's no brake lights of volume spike, but we're getting a pretty aggressive bounce. Why? Because they killed it at 66s. Almost like trying to stop a Mack truck, right? You're not going to stop it right at 63, right? You're going to try to stop ahead of time. So that's what they did. They're like, okay, let's flush out some positions. Let's take majority of our shit here. 66 is not a level that we know of. Obviously it wasn't. And then they forced it to 63.25 to the tick. I think those levels are fucking nuts, right? Now, I'm not saying we can't go to 55s, but 63s was the initial area, and they talked about that. I said when we broke 63s. 55s is just, let's see if they can get there. That's the number I'm looking at, because anybody remember why I said 55s? What happened that I gave 55s? Anybody remember? Yep, exactly. They took out the alternate pivot, 74.50 low. Once you do that, things are weird. It's like, no, that's that really shouldn't happen. So then I go over and look, and I'm like, oh, they're going to pull off a damn broadening. Whether they do or not, that's my first inkling. Just some added information to kind of help you get an understanding of this and all that kind of stuff. So 63s, we're getting a pretty good bounce to 68s. There's a 5-point bounce, so you got to watch back down against where? Oh yeah, 66s. Yeah. Now, if they break 66, doesn't mean that they can't go a little bit lower. If they take out 63.25, that opens the door for 55s. Now, I am not saying take out 63.25 and we're going to jam the 55s. We could see an SBTO, them come up, range it, do all kinds of weird shit, and then bring it. But my initial area, because we bounced 5 points, our initial zone that we saw was 66s. Come back down against 66, because, and I'm not saying that's a static level. That's not created. This is just a dynamic level that they showed us a little while ago with 66. So 66 for just today will become important. If they hold it, boom, they're going to push it back up, probably somewhere around 72s, 74s maybe, and then they'll range it, and we'll see what happens from there. So for anybody who's playing a continued move to the downside, an advanced play or an additional sling to the downside, 66 is the number you've got to look at. 66 is the number you've got to take profits at. Yeah, so you're getting it, right? Getting the hang of it. And if you pay attention close enough, you'll see these things, right? You'll get an understanding of, well, why the fuck did they come up with that? Oh yeah, that's right. The markets will show us. It'll tell us where important shit is, most of the time. Now there are times they just all over the place. I'm like, I don't fucking know what you're doing. I don't have an idea. There is no long position. Nobody is trading to the long side. You're just getting an extension of a down move. Like it's kind of late in the move sort of kind of thing. Doesn't mean it can't go. You're just pressing your luck. The 66s is where the first number you got to look for. So if you played anything there, you got to take profits here. Alright, so let's see what they do here. Do they SBTO it and then bring it up? Or do we make the push to 55s? Oh, 55 is where they're going to go. A lot of non-believers that we're down this low, you know, and we're not down significant or anything to be, you know, oh my God, holy shit, the market's going to hell in a handbasket. There's a lot of people that are like, the Dow is up 115 points or 175 points. Why the hell are we down? Now it's negative. What the fuck? All right, here's the old brake light bounce. Keep turning that damn thing on. Yeah, it got a little sloppy in the morning, but then it cleared up once we got the brakes. All right, so there's the brake light bounce. Now the progression piece. All right, so watching the progression here. So if they SBTO it, watch up, back up against 66s. That yield curve must get. They keep talking about it's the worst. Its yield curve is worse than it was yesterday, and that thing's got to look like one big old frowny face, man. The unfortunate part is if that thing doesn't follow through, that is going to catch a lot of people short, and this thing is going to rip to all-time highs. So don't believe the news, don't believe the hype of that shit. Let's just trade it daily. Let's just trade what the market gives us. Let's not fall into that type of news. I don't want anybody trying to swing trade or taking those trades down. I was actually talking to somebody. It was a buddy of mine, a friend of ours who actually used to trade with us here, and he's now doing some swing stuff. And the shit he is saying, I was like, you're gonna get fucking smoked. He is the guy that doubles down, triples down, quadruples down, and he's underwater. And I'm like, fuck. I'm like, quit listening to the TV. Watch cartoons. Get the shit out of your fucking brain. But he always did that when he was trading with us 2 years ago. It was fucking crazy. We're like, nope, things going up. And he's like, no, it's going to go down. He's fading us. I'm like, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You even have the software and you're fucking going against it? All right, so back up against the 66s. There's the box. Now we'll see. They'll come back down against 64s here. That. Yeah. All right, so you're going to watch it here at the 64s, right around here, 63, 64, right in here, and see if we get that progression back down through and get the push to 55s, or do they start to try to bring it up a little bit? And bringing it up should be somewhere around the 72, 74s if they do. Okay, so if it does gain traction to the upside, this is where we should go and test, right up in here. The box I drew earlier that it never got back to. Right, so again, if this gains traction here and they try to bring it up, this is where they're going to go and test. If we progress, then, you know, obviously 55s, 54s. So these will be our two targets, here and here. Oh boy. Here we go. Now getting into some weird action again here. I'm going to range it down from 65s or so. I hope nobody got caught trying to play that as a trap trade on the downside there, because it never confirmed. Looks like they're going to go to 72, 74s. As soon as I say that, they'll go to 51s, 55s. So they got a little sloppy in here. Just let it play out. Alright, so again in here there's nothing to do. They've kind of just slopped it up a bit again, so be patient with it. If anything, off the 64s, they may try to push it there, but they went above it, couldn't push it up, came down, SBTO'd it, and then pushed it right back up. Just tricky in here. Does seem like they're trying to push it to the 72, 74s, but not the easiest way to get there at this point. I don't know why they did this over here and then came down and brought it up. I don't know. I don't know why, but whatever. They did it. Oh, look at that shit. What the hell was that? I have no idea what that move was. I gotta give it some shit here. Okay. This is gonna be a tough one here. Counter trend at the end of the day. They are going to make this one difficult. It's valid, just gonna make it difficult, that's all. So watch up against the 67s. I'm sorry, 76s. They ripped it right up to 76. Brake light, volume spike. That was kind of a weird move without any buy programs. Gotta see this 200 hold. If we're gonna have any chance to get to the fulcrum, this 200's gotta hold. And this is where manipulation comes in and kind of screws it up a bit. Especially when they manipulate at the end of the day like that. Right to 76. Eesh. I hate it. Hope for a buy program. You know I'm over here swearing at my computer, right? hate those moves like that. That's just irritating when they do that. Yeah, it's gotta get above 75 now. If we get above 75, we'll be all right. But we're in a shit area right here, unfortunately. That manipulation kind of screwed the momentum there. Ripped it up right to a key level at 76. Volume spike and a bunch of brake lights. Pulled back, triggered on the up move, which is, again, that manipulation will do that. And it failed to progress on a brake light play. It's got to come back down. This 200 area is kind of fucking key, but get above 75s and we should be all right. But until then, we're gonna have a problem. We got the S&P and the Dow got their cycle in the right direction. The Dow is or the Nasdaq. So the S&P and the Nasdaq got their cycle in the right direction. The Dow is not in the right direction. We need that thing to roll up. Good thing is it stops in a place that gives us ability to kind of work its way out. However, it's a big fucking stop if it goes. They kind of pulled off a dynamic parabolic move there, and without a program, those are scary. If we didn't hit a static level on that, I wouldn't be so concerned, but we hit a frickin' static level on that one, on that move, along with a volume spike and a brake light. Look at this, they're just keeping this, they're keeping this thing pressured down. Not giving it a chance to get any breath out of it. Complete manipulation. Though, like I said, those fast moves without any institutional activity are always scary. Unfortunately, there's nothing they can do about it. Hopefully, they're building pressure. Look at this thing. This, that thing pinned, not giving it anywhere to any breathing room. But hopefully, the good thing is it could be building pressure to get the pop out of it. So hopefully that's the case. But fuck, man, this is ugly shit. Counter trend. End of the day. Parabolic move to 76s with a volume spike and brake light. Hard trading. But come on, push it. Like I said, still got to get above those 75s. Do it with a buy program would be awesome. Oh my god, holy shit, take some fucking profits. Holy fuck. That was ugly. Yeah. Fucking not scary at all, my ass. Holy shit. The stuff I was looking at, I was like, oh, we're fucked. This thing's on the wrong side. Come on. Give the rest of it to us. Holy shit. Fucking stopping out of me any good there. The only good thing is that all that down move, they weren't doing it with the oscillator pushing up, and the bars stayed positive. So, but I don't like where the stop is. This has just got to progress. So at this point, let's push to the fulcrum. I'm gonna hang out with this one, but if you guys want to take profits and be done with it, no problem. It didn't progress through the 76s yet. The stop is shit on this one. The shitty thing is not getting through 76s, volume spike, brake light. All I can do is hope for the 200 again to hold. If it doesn't, they're coming down to the fulcrum. They'll come down to the fulcrum, and then if that holds, they'll bounce it. But by then, it'll stop us out. So that's where the shitty thing comes in on this, is where the stop is, because they dropped it so much that it puts our stop, kind of crappy still. Yeah, we take profit, so the stop's only on partial of the contracts, but it's still a fuck stop. Sorry for all the swearing, but we needed to get through that 76.50. The problem is no programs. You fail to have any of that institutional activity. It's just being manipulated, and it unfortunately counter trends on a day like today. Yeah, we're above the fulcrum, below the fulcrum, and it should close at or near the fulcrum, but they can go all the way back down and then back up by the end of the day, and there's a lot of time left for that to happen. I'd like to see the 200 hold and get that push here. Put basically a higher low in here and go. Otherwise, we are done. That damn move kind of put us on the wrong side of shit there. So this thing needs to pop up to get us back. And the unfortunate part is they moved it so quick, it caught it, it caught a counter trend in the time frame that if it wasn't moving that fast, it wouldn't have caught it. Which to me, I would prefer not to catch it that late. I hate catching it in that last few minutes. It's like, you had all this time to do it and you didn't fucking do it. But gotta stick with it, just because that's the system. Other than that, I hope everybody had a decent day, learned a few things. We will we'll try to give you a couple more value options next couple days at least. The time frame. So EQ, the second portion of EQ ends at 145. Right? It's 145. Yeah. We used to run it to 2, but it's 145. So anytime after that, it shouldn't counter trend. But like I said, if it would have moved within normal action, we wouldn't have gotten it. And again, we may not have caught a good trade either. But I knew with that quick move, I was like, fucking crap. Pretty decent volume spike, brake light, and at a level, 76s. Well, everything about it normally meets the rules. It's just how quickly they jammed it up like that. That's just what I hate. I hate the manipulator. Yeah, it's just the kind of day we've got. Getting above the 200 and holding it, again, like we've talked about before, is the key to get to the fulcrum. When they fail to hold, it almost acts like a fulcrum. You're above and below it. Nobody's in a, kind of like, at this point, nobody's in a real losing position, so it just goes one way or the other, and it just flops back and forth until something comes in, which typically should be, if they're going to make that move with that kind of deal, is a program, buy program. Yeah, I think we're done on this one, but let's see. We needed to get above that key level there. We're not getting it. Higher low. All right, so yeah, we're out. Fucking, they're gonna drop this thing. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Hated that the move stop was where it was. Watch. They're going to come down to the F and fulcrum here, and then they'll get a decent bounce out of it. All right, guys. Everybody have a good afternoon. We will be back at it tomorrow. We'll see you then.